Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. My name's Randy Lopez. I serve as your president of the board and want to welcome everybody, and we're going to call this meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, August 9th, 2022. It is 5 p.m. and we'll call this regular board meeting to order. Just want to say welcome to all of my board colleagues, Dr. Stubblefield, to all of our staff that are joining us, any guests that we have with us, both in person and watching us on Zoom or YouTube. Thank you for joining us. We're glad to have you with us today. I do just want to give a warm welcome to any of our elected officials that we have in the room. I did see a couple of elected officials walk in, so just want to thank you for joining us this afternoon as well. So with that, I'll call this meeting to order, and I will read our board norms and protocols as we do at every board meeting. We agree to respect differences of opinions in making decisions for the district, to follow best practices in managing the superintendent and the management of the board, to stay on task when conducting business for the district, including while at board meetings, to never surprise the superintendent or each other when conducting official business of the district, to read these norms at the beginning of each board meeting and at board workshops as a reminder of how to conduct our meetings, and to continually self-check to determine if we are following our norms when conducting district business. So with that, again, welcome to everybody. Thank you for joining us. We'll go ahead and get started. Ms. Smith, would you please do a roll call?
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, present.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, present.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, present.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, present.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, present.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, present.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would actually entertain a motion to amend today's agenda, and I would request to add under board updates and approvals, section 7, the negotiated agreement as item D. And I would request to add under agenda item 11, an executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel as item D.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Lopez, I'm sorry, I didn't get that out before they voted. I know they just voted on yours, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I had two things. I wanted to add another item and ask that something be adjusted. So do we vote on what was just voted on, and then I can come back to that, or do we all have to do it together?
Whoever made the motion gets to decide. The motion is second. If you
Seconded.
want to withdraw, you can withdraw and let her add additional items, or you can vote on the current motion and then let her ask to add.
I would prefer that we would vote on what he suggested first in order to hear what she has, and then we make that decision.
So vote on this one and then ask to add your items as
Okay.
soon as you're done.
Okay. So there was a motion and a second. Miss, any questions? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Page.
Okay, the first item, I'd like to add the August 13th workshop that's going to be held at the National World War I Museum. If we could add that to the agenda, I had questions about that. And then secondly, I asked if we can move item 9 up and put it right after 4.
Okay. So you want to add the August 13th workshop at the World War I Museum?
Can I ask,
Yeah.
Ms. Page, are you, is that, because that workshop is not sponsored by the district? It was, I'm just asking for
Okay,
clarification.
well, I was asking because I saw it, someone asked me and asked, we're co-sponsors, so we didn't know anything about it. So that's why I wanted more information. We are co-sponsors. When you go down and look at the list, it was sent to me, and someone said, you guys are co-sponsoring that? And I said, I didn't know. That's why I wanted to ask that, because other people have asked me. And if you look at the printout, we're on there as a co-sponsor. So I just wanted clarity on that. So that's why I asked if we could add that,
Yeah.
that someone here could answer those questions.
And I will try to find out, because I don't know if we were inadvertently listed as co-sponsor.
Well, they got us down there big and bold, our logo and everything. So I just wanted some clarity. And a lot of people had asked me that, so I thought if I said in the open, everyone would hear it as I hear it as well, and there wouldn't be any misunderstanding.
Okay, because then I can send some emails, because I'm not aware. And so when we get to it, I'll hopefully have some
Okay.
answers. Thank you.
Okay, and then your second item was
I
to adjust the agenda order,
Yeah, if
right?
we could move 9 after 4.
Just want to make sure we have Ms. Lewis with the, okay. So I would suggest if we could add that conversation on the museum workshop under board discussion, item 9. Would that be okay with you, Ms. Page?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Lopez, my only concern with moving 9 up before 5 is that we have a lot of community members that have come here for number 5, and they've already seen the order of the agenda, and I'd like to respect their time, too.
And Mr. Lopez, with respect, and I understand that, but I think this is a more important item because it affects everyone in our community and people with their children. I don't think it's going to be a long thing because we've been kicking that can for a while. I just like to see us do that early. There's a few questions, vote on it, and we'll have it done. It's not an all-night affair.
Thank you, Ms. Page. So is that a motion, was that a motion that you were making?
If I need to make it a motion, whatever I need to do.
Would you be agreeable to moving that to after the library?
I would prefer that we do it before because it will not take all night. I know they think we'll be here debating all night, but I think we kicked the can long enough. Let's just get this over. There's a few questions. Let's vote and we move on.
Okay.
We will not detain them long because a lot of parents want to know.
Okay.
Second.
Need a second.
Yeah, was there a second, Dr. Nguyen? Okay, thank you. Any further questions? All right, seeing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, no, I'm not sure of why we would make that change.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, no.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, no.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, no.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Mr. Lopez, I would now make a request that, I would make a motion that we move item 9 underneath item 5. And then I just also would say that I believe professional courtesy is oftentimes granted to board members for their requests, and I don't think that this was an item that was out of the ability of us to have the discussion and move forward. I also want to respect our staff's time and those who may need to travel elsewhere for the evening. And so I make that motion. It has a second. Thank you.
Second.
Can I ask for a friendly amendment to your motion to include the World War I topic under board discussion that would then get moved up since that initial motion failed? We need to add that again.
Yes, that would be fine. I also, if during that World War, the thing on the
Education symposium,
Yes.
actually.
If we
is what
could
it's
also express publicly how individuals or organizations get sponsorships from the district, I think that is part of the murmurings of how does the district decide what we sponsor and how that takes place. I don't know in my time here on the board that I've seen that or known how we make those decisions, and I think that will just clear the air for some of the things, so thank you.
Okay. Ms. Page, are you okay with that amendment to that motion to add that? Okay. I just want to make sure. All right. Any questions or discussion?
That one makes sense.
Seeing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, Yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Would now entertain a motion to approve the amended agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
All right, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to jump right into our agenda. First on our agenda, I would invite Ms. Tammy Romstad up to the podium as we are going to recognize our spring sports and our students, and I believe we have some students and parents with us. So as they come up, just an exciting time, and we're grateful to be able to recognize these students who are coming up and your parents and all of your accomplishments. So Ms. Romstad, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, thank you. We're a small group, but we're a mighty group. Good evening, President Lopez, members of the board, Dr. Stubblefield. I'm here tonight to recognize our spring sport athletes who represent us at the state track meet. We've had several athletes and coaches out today just from prior commitments, but we have a mighty few here tonight. At first, tonight, representing administration at Harmon, we have Michael Boyda, the athletic director. And also we have sophomore, correct? Junior, Lulu Miller from Harmon, 110 meters.
Congratulations.
Joining her tonight is her mother, LaShawn Miller. Couldn't make it tonight, Jacqueline Perez Vila from Wyandotte, but she represents us in the 200 meter and the 400 meter. From Washington tonight, we have Athletic Director Cedric Taylor and Coach Rollins. We also have senior Michaela Henry, who ran the 100 meter and is attending Pratt Community College to compete next year. And she is joined by Kelly Henry, her mother. Sophomore, Kaylin Lawrence from Washington, a 300-meter hurdler. She's joined tonight by her papa, Nichols. There you are, Papa. Right here. And from Sumner, Athletic Director Kurt Parker and Coach Shirlise Wesson. And Coach Jeff Wright. I'm going to announce all of them. Your turn. Some of them couldn't be here tonight, but I want to go ahead and announce them. Senior Janae McKelvey ran the 4x1, the 100 hurdles, and the high jump. She'll be attending Wichita State next year in sports management. Kylie McCleary, who's also a junior, 4x1, the 100, 200. Now we have junior Kyla Burdette, who was part of the senior, who was part of the 4x1. Current senior, last year junior, am I right? Okay. Not attending tonight, sophomore Malia Brown, ran the 4x1. Just checking in case a couple came in late. Junior Terry Rowe the third, high jump. And freshman Samir Moore, long jump. If all the athletes would come up here on front, we'll take a picture. A special thank you to all the parents that came tonight. We really appreciate you making the time to come up. Thank you.
Smile real big. All that natural up there.
Smiling. All right, look here. Thank you. With the coaches.
Thank you, Ms. Romstad, and again, congratulations to all of our student athletes, and we look forward to the amazing things that you will accomplish in this academic school year. Good luck and congratulations to all of you and your families. Next item on the agenda is our consent agenda. Would entertain a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda. Yes, Ms. Page.
Yeah, I'd like to set aside 3 things, please. Item B, G, and H.
Okay.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes, Dr. Nguyen.
Set aside F, like Frank.
Okay. So would entertain a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda minus items B, F, G, and H.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Page, would you like to address item B first? And I would just
They
ask
don't have
if
to
it's
give
a...
me the answer tonight. I would just like an answer before we start. First question, the proximity program, how soon will that start in lieu of our numbers being the way that they are? That was a question that a lot of people had, and I wanted them to hear that answer. And then the second part is with the other elementary program where we're going to be training 5 people. When does that start? And then if we could possibly hear some things that they're doing to try to increase our numbers, because we have about 100 certified staff and 200 classified staff. What are some things that we're doing? Again, I didn't ask for it tonight, but if they could let us know what's going on.
So I can answer actually a couple of those. Proximity will start on the first day of school. They have been assigned to our secondary buildings, and they're still working to fill others. So our building principals are aware, we're hiring teacher aides, but that is included in, as we take staff down. And then the Kansas City Teach Resident Program, that also will start at the beginning, but you have to remember, they're not actually in the classroom the first year. It's a training year, and they're in the classroom after they actually get training. So they do not start out in the classroom because there are some requirements around that. We are exploring another partnership with a local university that has people in their master's program. We just started to engage in that conversation within the last day. We will provide an update as that solidifies. And our HR department has been working directly with our building principals, and we do have plans in place for any unfilled positions that we have starting the first day. I do want to distinguish between, I know there are several openings related to special education, but Dr. Laurie and her team have been working to make sure that those, all the students' needs are addressed. But our classrooms openings, remember, we project out how many kids would show up, and there we have begun to notify buildings and staff based off our current enrollment that we may be shifting some teachers, so we'll have a more accurate number after the first full week of school.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just take the items in a row. Dr. Nguyen with item F.
Sure. This deals with the contract for renewal of legal services. Actually, there's 2 separate provisions. One, number 4, reads, relative to each matter assigned, a summary will be prepared regarding the nature of the matter and a budget relative to expected legal fees. Should charges exceed the budgeted amount, revised budgets will be submitted in writing, and reviews shall occur at least every 30 days on all assigned matters. My request is that the board receive the documentation. We had a discussion that our attorney assumed that we were receiving information, and we have not been. So that's one half that the assurance that the board will receive in the library or wherever is designated.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Nguyen. And we are working on a process with our board clerk to make sure that we do receive those write-ups and that those get submitted to the board at least monthly, on a monthly basis. So we'll make sure we have that process set.
Now, the second half, I would request that we somehow separate the two because it is then thing it's called, okay, it's an addendum to the contract. I believe the board should see the job description before we approve that position. Now, it's already been, my understanding, Dr. Stubblefield, you've already solicited, did not choose, identify, so apparently there's a job description.
Yes, there is.
You know, we have not seen that. I think we should have that discussion prior to accepting. I mean, there's no question we're going to accept it, but we should have the job description first. So that somewhat separates. The first part can be taken care of. The second part, I'm not saying table it, but do not accept this addendum until we see the job description. We may have something to add.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen. So, 1 minute.
I'd vote on them separately.
Okay. So I'll make a motion on the first.
There's a motion on the renewal of legal services contract.
Second.
I'm sorry, was that a motion, Dr. Nguyen?
That's the
Okay,
motion.
just wanted to make sure. And there's a second. Any questions on that?
Do we need apologies.
Please.
Do we need to go back to B? Because we didn't vote on that one.
Thank you.
Okay.
We'll get through this motion and then we can go back to that one.
I thought you were taking all of the questions and then we were going back, so I just
Gotcha.
want to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, no.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
So the motion probably should be to table temporarily until we get the job description for that addendum to that contract, the second contract for legal services.
Is that your motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Is there a question, Ms. Russell?
I would just ask, is the job description something you can send out to us now?
Yeah, I just sent an email to ask somebody to forward it to me.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? If not, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, no.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Are we voting to table the motion, or are
Table,
we
yes.
voting to pass the addendum?
To table, I'm sorry, to
Okay.
table the addendum.
No.
Yes.
Rachel Russell, no.
Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Is there a motion to approve the HR report and recommendations?
So moved.
Second,
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. The next item is item G. Ms. Page?
G and H, same two questions. One, how will we assess to see if this program is working, and when will we get that data? Again, I know they can't give it to me now, but sometimes it takes longer for us, and I know certain things come at certain time, but we need to be able to see, because we mentioned at the convocation, it was said in terms of our long-term plan, being able to assess things and then come back and talk about that data. So make sure that we assess it and make sure that we get the data in a timely manner.
The data was included in the information when the Diploma Plus presented its data about, because it's a part of those pathways. So Prep KC, they do all of our connector series. So when the academic team presented, it was embedded in that. What we can do moving forward is more explicitly say, this is a part of our partnership with Prep KC, but is directly correlated with our Diploma Plus pathways.
And then when would we get that data back?
You got it in June when we did the end of the year,
Well,
and
I'm
they
just
talked.
saying,
Yeah.
at times, it seems like we don't get the data back as quickly, and that was my concern.
Yeah,
To make
so
sure
that's
that
an
we can look at it.
annual process. The outcomes is how many students that we see that are leaving the system with a Diploma Plus, and this year was 49%. And Dr. Fernandez Flores showed the trajectory, and she also talked about the number of students who have those initial things, so we can project out, and that's how we're projecting out that by 2031, 100% of our students will graduate with a Diploma Plus. But we can make sure we more explicitly list out like the partnerships when we're presenting that data. Typically, Diploma Plus gives an update annually because you have to see how the kids exit. They start programs and they add it on, so we typically will give it to you after the school year is complete.
And I get that. I'm just saying, can we make sure that we get it in a timely manner? Because I always try to keep track, especially on the part of graduation, how many kids got an associate's degree. And I wasn't sure about the number this year. So just trying to make sure we get all those numbers and everything is clear. And that's something we can brag about and tell our community what people are doing. But sometimes we don't always get it back. To me, my opinion, in a timely
We
manner.
presented it in June, but I can I'll forward that presentation back to you. It was in the June presentation.
Ms. Russell?
And I just wanted to iterate that my understanding, based off of reading the renewal for Prep KC, that is more of an exposure opportunity where they are helping plan events that the school district is holding. Conscious discipline coaching is more of a strategy. And so those two things may be evaluated separately or differently because one of them is social emotional and one of them is truly limited to just exposure, which I think exposure is oftentimes hard to validate without qualitative data versus quantitative. So just wanted to
And I was
express those.
speaking specifically to the Prep KC. The conscious discipline coaching, that comes out when Dr. Cook and the team during KISA talked about the different things in our early childhood, because it's specifically for how we address discipline with our Head Start and early childhood students. So that was shared with that information around, and I'm going to use the wrong terms, when they were looking at the different readiness and how they interact with the students and the kindergartner readiness components. But again, I think we can explicitly, when we're doing that, refer to, this is a part of conscious discipline and this is the Prep KC, just moving forward so that when the renewals come up, we can also make reference back to it in our covers that the information was shared on whatever date that it was shared prior to the renewal.
I would make a motion that we approve item G and H.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further questions or discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. We'll continue with our agenda. Next up is communications, and we'll hear from our superintendent of schools, Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here. I actually just have a few brief announcements. One, I just want to again welcome back all of our staff. as we gear up for our students to start on Monday, August 15th, our elementary students along with grades 6 and 9 will begin, and then all of our students will be present on Tuesday. Also, I want to remind our families that we will have FA days starting tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And this is a little different. We're starting the school year with FA days to ensure that we connect with all of our families, and teachers and staff and at all the schools should be reaching out to families. But families, if you don't hear from someone, please contact your school, because we are making connections to ensure that your students can start off and have a great year, so we can know what their summer experience was like, so we can be prepared when they come next week. And then the last thing that I have is Dom DeRosa from KNEA did place on all of the board members where you're sitting the annual Kansas NEA Reading Circle recommended titles. They share it annually, so I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention. And also wanted to know within the board agenda, if you're looking for upcoming reports, we are trying to list them out as sooner than later so that people will know when they're coming. We can add dates in the future so that you'll know which dates those different reports will occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. I'll try to be brief as well. Just want to again say welcome back to all of our staff, and as we prepare to welcome our students back, it's an exciting time of the school year. So thank you to everybody who's putting in the time and the effort to make sure that we're going to have the best school year that we can, and that and so just thank you to all of our staff. And as I said this morning at convocation, thank you in advance for just the great year that we're going to have, and I'm so proud of the things that we'll be able to accomplish. So just thank you. Want to just give some quick shout outs. Again, you know, we had new teacher orientation. I know we had several board members who were there. It was great to see so many new faces, welcoming them to our district over the past week. You know, we had convocation this morning, a great kickoff to our academic school year. Thank you to our communications team and to all of those involved who put that together. I know we had a couple of technical glitches that were out of our control, so we apologize, but thank you to our team for all the great work that you did to organize convocation today. And if you can share that video, Edwin, that would be great with all those kids singing. That was amazing if you haven't seen it. Again, thank you to all of our partners, to the Kansas City, Kansas Foundation for Excellence for the Back to School Fair that took place over the weekend. It was a great turnout, great community event, lots of resources being handed out, tons of families coming through. It was just so amazing to see all of our families come through that. Thank you to all of our school board members who were able to be there and participate and give a helping hand. You all were excellent, and to all of our staff and volunteers, just thank you for that. It means so much to our families, and it was great to be able to do that in the manner that we were able to accomplish that. So just congratulations to everyone. And I will just say it was great to see the Enough is Enough table and so many families and students participating at the Enough is Enough table. In the midst of the continued violence that we're seeing in our community, we need to continue to raise awareness, not just raise awareness, but then act and do something so that we can all commit to stopping the violence in our community. We had another murder in Kansas City, Kansas over the last day and a half, at least one that I know of. Really sad. We've got a student, or a 15-year-old who's injured, and it's just really heartbreaking to see that. And so hopefully we can curb the violence as a community, because we need to. We can't lose one more student or one more community or family member. So let's work together to curb the violence. I do want to say thank you to the Sheriff's Department and the Police Department and to all those that came together to organize the Parkwood Pool Day this last Saturday. It was great to be out there as well. It was hot and it was fun. Saw a lot of kids swimming in the pool. Again, thank you to the board members. I believe Ms. Russell was out there as well, and so it was great to see some board members out there, and just great to see the community building relationships with our Sheriff's Department and our Police Department, and we need to continue to do that. Again, I'm just excited for the next week as we bring our students back. Welcome back, all of our students. Once we get you here, it's going to be a great year. And then just a couple of items for the board. Please, a reminder, if you have not let Ms. Smith know about the KASB conference, if you are planning to attend, make sure she knows that so that we can get folks registered for that. And then also just a reminder of our special board meeting this Thursday. So with that, I would open it up for any board commentary at this time. Ms. Drew.
Just want to give kudos to Sarah Thacker for the video at the convocation this morning of the students singing a good job. It was excellently presented.
Ms. Russell.
All right, so I'm going to try to keep the same energy that we saw today from our keynote speaker, but I do want to take a few minutes to talk about a few people that inspire me to be energetic, rebound, reimagine, and renew. The first person, I'm going to try not to get emotional, is respectively new to the district and brings about a positivity, knowledge, and beauty to our district. While sitting in a workshop a few weeks ago, she shared this quote: "When writing the story of your life, do not let anyone else pick up the pen." Thank you, Dr. Judith Campbell, for sharing your story, being vulnerable, and the leadership you've shown our district in such a short amount of time of being here. Thank you. The other individuals that I want to recognize probably aren't in this room right now. They're probably doing a back-to-school night. I know one of them is for sure. But they have learned how to leverage, engage social media, followers, parents, staff, and families to create excitement around the school year ahead. And as a parent, I'm excited for their students because I can't wait to see the smiles in their hallways. Whether it be decorating hallways, encouraging community partners to engage with staff before students return, posting words of affirmation and positivity, and so much more. So, board members, community, if you aren't already following Silver City and Grant Elementary, scroll on over to your Facebook, Twitter, and do so now. Thank you for bringing positivity, energy, and excitement to the road ahead, Ms. Zanetta Bowles and Ms. Heather Calvert. Looking forward to visiting your hallways and buildings this year. With that being said, the last thing I just want to do is commend our amazing DEI department. When I was thinking back to Dr. Campbell's wonderful workshop that she presented, this team did a really great job of executing When You See Me. Not only did they bring in local individuals to present, but it was just a plethora of just wonderful information. I was excited to bring my work team to this event, and they were able to have very meaningful conversations. So I just want to publicly give kudos to our DEI department under the direction of Ms. Canise Salinas, and just thank you for an amazing event.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Other board members? Okay, thank you. Okay, next on our agenda is item number 5. I would invite Ms. Carol Levers to up to the podium as we will discuss the KCK Library.
Thank you, President Lopez. Good evening, Board. Good evening, Dr. Stubblefield, and members of the Board. Thank you for allowing the main library building advisory committee to address the board to ask for permission to move forward with the overall project to build a new library at the main library. This includes fundraising, reaching out to funders, and securing a site. We have a very large committee. However, only a core group will address the board, and they will introduce themselves. We also have the Garcia Architects LLC on Zoom to answer any questions the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levers.
Happy new school year. It's a wonderful day to be a part of the DOT. I'm J.D. Rios, the proud former member of the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools Administration, and it's great to be back to speak to each of you about this important issue. W.E.B. Du Bois said nearly 90 years ago, we should measure the prosperity of a nation not by the number of millionaires, but by the absence of poverty, by the prevalence of health, the efficiency of public schools, and the number of people who can and do read worthwhile books. This remains true today. Since 2016, Jackson, Platte, and Clay counties have built 6 new main library branches and renovated 28 branch libraries. In this same time frame, Johnson County has built 4 new libraries and Olathe 2 new state-of-the-art libraries. Progressive and literate communities have vibrant, modern library systems. In this similar time frame, the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education voted in 2014 to increase the Kansas City, Kansas portion of the library mill levy by 2 mills in order to build up the capital outlay fund for the specific purpose of building a new main branch library. This took effect in 2015, and to this date, the cumulative total of this set aside and carryover is $20 million. New improved libraries mean better services to meet the needs of modern library users in our growing community. Expansion of access to library services through improved in-branch internet bandwidth and possible additional operation hours. Expansion of library services for young children, for students K through 16, for our seniors, small business owners, and others. Increased investment in library materials, including physical and digital books, movies and music, online instruction for every age, research tools, and information databases to meet the demands of all segments of our community. The Library Advisory Committee has been in existence since 2013, with the primary purpose to study our community library facilities and make recommendations for action. After the initial report to the Board of Education, the green light was given for improvements to our library branches after the South Branch was built. But more than just improvements are needed to the main branch. As the Board of Education agreed with this analysis of the community advisory, district administration, and library administration in 2014. Therefore, this evening, members of the Library Advisory Committee will speak to encourage you, our Board of Education, to move forward in the building of a new main library. This includes securing a site and developing a fundraising plan. The library director will work with the district administration and, of course, the Board of Education to develop a timeline for gathering detailed architectural, engineering, and construction plans. It is important to note that only until our Board of Education improves the go-ahead to build a new main branch library can these details be forthcoming? Your Library Community Advisory Committee stands ready to assist in all these endeavors so that our Kansas City, Kansas community will have a first-class main branch library for the common good of all. And now, Lenora Jefferson.
Good afternoon. Well, I did write down some things to say, but Mr. Rios is a hard act to follow. There's nothing else that I need to say along that line. However, my name is Elnora Jefferson, and I was asked to speak on behalf of the people of the Northeast area. And I'm proud and very happy to be able to do that. However, I'm not qualified to just use my voice to do that. So I sent out over 100 inquiries to people in the Northeast, people who are residents, people who are business owners, people who are worshipers, people who have 501c3s and work in the Northeast, and got their responses. And I'd like to share those with you. And I will get those compiled in something that is really readable and give that to Ms. Levers and ask her to give that to you. But I want you to hear the voice of the people, not me, but what they say. Libraries are important. They're places where communities can gather, so I'd recommend that flexible spaces for social interactions be a priority. Another comment, they could also serve as a hub to address digital equity. So bring forward thinking about how wireless internet from a building can support the surrounding community to be considered. I love this idea. Another comment. The library is such an important space in an area of town that lacks amenities. My feeling is that the current design of the library is not very accommodating, and that a new library would be designed to better serve the community. And as we all know, that a growing demographic will be the seniors. And so that accommodation is an extremely important element for those who have some types of disability, especially mobility issues. Another comment, I would urge the library board to consider forward-thinking, climate-resilient architectural design. Construction of a new library in the heart of KCK is going to set the standard for additional construction in the area. This public space should serve as a template for how our city can be a leader during this time of climate uncertainty. And I think we can all speak to that climate uncertainty in this year with this heat. A quality new construction will definitely cut down on the expense of costly repairs. Who among us does not realize and know that to redo, to repair, to renovate, to go and try to find parts and things that are out of date and are obsolete, that is an expensive process that has to be repeated at some time in the future, near future. So the expensive cost of repairs diminish heating and cooling costs, as well as instill a sense of pride for the citizens who have access to it. If I were more creative or took more time to research possibilities, I would outline my desired amenities. My use of the library facilities is minimal due to my time and availability, my ownership of a reliable MacBook, and my access to fiber optic cable internet at home. That was from another constituent. Yes, I very much so support a new library. Would love to have a place where the kids could sit and listen to stories being read, also for adults and book signing. Also a peaceful place where one can relax, put on headphones and listen to stories. A place to eat outdoors, a place to play Frisbee. I absolutely support a library in Northeast Oneida County, Elnora. I have listed the things that come to mind in the blinking of an eye. Location. The location will keep youth and others close to help. When so much is happening in the west of the community, is it important to reaffirm the value of downtown? internet access, because it gives youth an opportunity to have use of computers, and the staff may also teach classes to keep young minds engaged with what's going on in the world and how to meet those challenges. And President Lopez was talking about what we all hate to hear, about the crime and the murders and so forth and so on. And when I came up, as a lot of you probably came up, I remember the opportunity to dream. If you can dream and you can see yourself in a different setting, a different person, regardless of what's going around, the possibilities are just endless. When I came through Northeast Junior, there was a banner that wrapped around the building, and it was a banner that we all saw. It was a banner that spoke to what we were being raised with, what we were being exposed to, what we were supposed to do. And it said, be the best. Be the best. That sign was out there in the rain, the sleet, the snow, and the hail. And that's what we want for our kids. And a new library will help them be the best. So I have more to say, but I'm sure you want to hear other people. But thank you very much for your patience. I will get the rest of these so that you will know what the voices of the Northeast said. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
She thought she was that JD was a tough act to follow. Good evening, Board, Superintendent, everyone. My name is Jason Norber. I am the Executive Director for Downtown Shareholders of KCK. We are the neighborhood business revitalization organization dedicated to revitalization of downtown KCK. And my catchment area covers the main branch library. One of the most basic things one of the most basic rules that sort of I use when I try to do my job well is the rule of more people. The more people we have downtown or in our community, the more that work there, the more that visit, the more that shop, come, and just and live, actually, is probably the most important one downtown. The better our downtown will be, the more vital our downtown will be, the more things that we can support. I came here directly after a meeting with the Merck Co-op, the grocery store downtown, and they had the same message. We need more people to help our grocery store thrive, and that. Libraries are, in this day and age, a tremendous magnet for people of all stripes in our community. It's one of the few places that you can just go and be with nobody trying to you don't have to pay any money to be there, you don't have to buy something, you don't have to do those sorts of things. The needs of our community has changed over the years, and while that building has served the school district and the library well over the 50 or 60 years that the library has been, the needs of the building or the people in the building have changed, and the building needs to change to go with that. Looking at all the options, thinking about it from solely from a very selfish downtown presence, having a library building right there in that gateway area like it is, but built to sort of what we'll call the downtown master plan standards, on the street, very easy access, all those sorts of things, a very engaging and inviting building there is, I think, something that would not only maximize the impact of the main branch, but also serve as a really strong anchor for downtown Kansas City, Kansas. We had recent developments on that have really started that process. I just mentioned the Merck, the hotel is thriving. We have possibilities for development at the Reardon Center and other things of those natures to really sort of revitalize that entryway. Having the library do that same thing is something that would really help spark further development in the downtown and make our downtown core strong. I strongly, and my organization strongly encourages the board to move forward to approve the path forward to open a new branch and authorize the library to develop the funding plan and all the other necessary information to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Kendall. I'm president of the Wyandotte Economic Development Council. Board Chair Lopez, board members, and Superintendent Stubblefield, thank you for taking time to hear from some of us in support of moving forward with the new downtown library. Libraries are important to the fabric of a community and to its economic vitality. A new downtown library will contribute to a better quality of life for residents and help continue the path of investment in the downtown. This includes the anticipated new Kansas City, Kansas Community College downtown campus, planned investments in the Bank of Labor Towers, a new downtown multifamily development across from BPU, investments made by the Merck Co-op, and the University of Kansas Health Systems, to name but a few. Libraries are a key element in support of economic development. A new downtown library can be a flagship for future programming, engagement of small businesses, and support of entrepreneurs. Your libraries are already doing this on a daily basis. It is surprising the amount of programming that is handled through the libraries. And so we just want to reinforce that with what a new downtown library with new digital literacy, the new digital components could do. Following much of the same decision-making processes this board has made previously in its commitment to building new schools in support of our kids and neighborhoods, we believe the time is now to invest in a new downtown library and to capitalize on the funds that JD mentioned that have been collected since 2015 in support of this important community asset. A new downtown library will contribute to a more vibrant and attractive community. As we talk with developers about interest in living in the urban core, accessible amenities like the library with resources both physical and digital becomes even more appealing. And with the potential for a growing urban population comes a growth in spending and additional halo investment. And while libraries may not explicitly what encourages someone to sign the lease in a particular neighborhood or uproot their family for a big move or be that big decision maker for a company moving to the downtown, libraries are associated with access to an enhanced quality of life, contribute to a sense of safety and stability in the area. Building a new downtown library is a foundational investment in ourselves that causes a ripple effect. Thank you for your time and consideration of a new downtown library. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President, Superintendent, and board members. My name is Irene Caudillo. I am President and CEO of El Centro. And I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address you tonight regarding the importance of moving forward on a new main library. El Centro is proud of our 45 years of service with our community. In 2000, we purchased and moved into our administrative offices at 650 Minnesota, following a growing trend of Latinos in the Northeast and Central Avenue areas of our county. My predecessors understood this data trend as an important decision to move, but more important, they believed playing our part in the growth for downtown, valuing the connection between our community and economic development. Since that time, we've seen firsthand the continued development of our downtown, as mentioned. As part of our ongoing development, in 2014, the Board of Education made a commitment to support this development by increasing the mill levy specifically targeted to a new main branch library. And these funds have been set aside for this purpose. Now, Latinos feel strongly about our libraries. They feel important like most members of the community do. Our libraries play an important role in growth and educational experience. Our libraries play an important role in enriching the lives of immigrants and facilitating their integration. The thought of a main branch library being upgraded with services including digital tools and devices and providing everyone with an access to information improve our county's quality of life, literacy, and spaces for all to access and succeed. So thank you for this opportunity, and we want your support to move forward with the new branch library. We look forward to a continued partnership, and as it is now time really to fulfill the promise made by the taxpayers and begin the development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you all. My name is Jim Schrader. I'm a retired architect, community volunteer, and a longtime main branch library patron. As some of you know, my late wife, Meredith Roberts Schrader, was a member of this board for 12 years, from 1997 to 2009. My in-laws, Lawson and Betty Roberts, spent most of their lives as educators in the KCK district. Both Meredith and Betty were active on the library board. I myself served many years as chair of the Wyandotte County Parks Foundation, particularly during the years of the fundraising, design, and construction of the Mr. and Mrs. F.L. Schlegel Library. In fact, our family is continuing our financial support of the Library at the Lake's annual Lawson Roberts Butterfly Festival that Betty began and helped create 15 years ago as a memorial to her husband, Lawson. I'm here today to reiterate the great need that our downtown, and in fact our entire community, has for a new, modern main branch library. As a resident of the West Height neighborhood downtown, I've seen firsthand things that Main Branch just has not been able to offer for this entire community. Our downtown library is confined in a structure that was built for a whole different time, but totally different needs. Now and for the foreseeable future, we need a library center that, yes, is still a place for books, but our new Main Branch library also needs to be a center of community life for all of our widely varied constituencies. A new Main Branch library provides not only media for provides media for all types, and not only provides a huge variety of educational outreach, but perhaps most importantly, it provides a place that becomes part of the soul of this city. I am a champion for that vision of the future. KCK, and particularly downtown KCK, needs and deserves a modern, new Main Branch library. We applaud your visionary leadership and urge you to enable the community to start work on this project for which all of us can be very proud. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, District 500 Board, and appreciate the opportunity to express at this time my perspective for the need for an updated and new, basically a new library and resource center. I'm Pastor Robert L. Milan, Jr., pastor of the Greater Faith Missionary Baptist Church here in Kansas City, Kansas. As Kansas City, Kansas stands on the precipice of change, with many neighboring cities, as has been stressed earlier, counties and districts, I feel that it's vital for our students, young and old, to be given, just people in general, given the opportunity, the most scholarly and professional resources affordable. My task this evening is to give a spiritual element or spiritual tone on why we need a new facility. As senior pastor of over 20 plus years in this community and a lifelong resident, supplying the best that we can will not only enhance our community from a physical standpoint and a resourceful standpoint and an economic standpoint, but also from a much needed spiritual standpoint. Investing to our fullest will be so rewarding in years to come, years when many of us will be going on home to heaven. As Scripture informs us, people perish from lack of knowledge. Please let us as a community not lag behind in our efforts to embrace this grand and gracious opportunity to accomplish this the best we can in these paramount and technical times. Let us as a county, as a community, as a board, as a district, as a city, set the example instead of following many examples that are 50, 40, 60, 80 miles that surround us. Education, knowledge, resources. Let me say that again. Education, knowledge, and resources. Now, I know it's not Sunday morning, but there's a scripture I would like to leave at this table. Let us not be weary in doing well, for we will reap in due season if we don't give up. So then, as we have opportunity, let us do what is good toward all people, those who are especially of the household of faith. Thank you for your time. May God bless you. May God keep us all. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Dr. Stubblefield, President, all the members of this board this evening. And I don't know why I have to say anything. I think you should have received all that you need to receive tonight. My name is Rosalind Brown, and I am currently the president of the Library Board Foundation. I didn't know it was going to get so emotional about this project. I loved going to the library when I was a young girl. I originally started volunteering for the library here in Kansas City, Kansas, as a Friends of the Library. We were not raising a lot of money, so we discussed disbanding that group. And I am a preacher's kid, so I don't necessarily like following the ministers. But I'm going to say the Lord saw it differently in 2007 from a generous gift from Marguerite Labourette estate. The Library Foundation was established, and we have been funding the library in ways we could never have done before. As we have heard this evening, library is very important to the citizens of Wyandotte County. We care about every person in our community. To use a quote from your educator's quote book, no child left behind. We are here to say, let's not leave any Wyandotte County citizen behind. The library is the way to be inclusive. The main library is the feeder for other libraries in our community. It is the heart, and it is located in the heart of our downtown area. Let's do what we need to do for all citizens and give our library a new lease on life. Build a new library downtown. The library is more than just a building with books on a shelf. The library maintains history and, more importantly, truth. It offers free educational resources. It builds communities. Libraries are transparent with all the services it provides. Libraries contribute to increasing the economy. I want to leave something for generations to come. Let's give our citizens in Wyandotte County a new library downtown in Kansas City, Kansas. Thank you.
Thank you.
In the audience, I just want to make sure that you see some supporters that are here. Amongst them are the college president, Dr. Mosier, DA, Mark Dupree, Mayor CEO, Tyrone Gardner, Commissioner Bynum, and the trustee. What's your name again? Yeah. And let's see, getting somebody. So that concludes our encouragement for moving forward with the new main branch library. We stand ready for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Thank you, Ms. Levers, and thank you to everybody who joined to give part of the presentation this afternoon. We really appreciate having you here. I would just say we should probably close these doors, and all of the leadership and knowledge in this one room right now, we could probably solve a lot of our problems with everybody in this room here. So no, really, just thank you for joining us and for giving part of today's presentation. So board, in front of us today, before I open for discussion, would just like to say thank you to all of you that are joining us to hold us accountable for our duties and our responsibility. And I would just encourage you to stay engaged and continue to hold us accountable on the academic side as well of our education, so that we need you, we need your support, we need each of your organizations to continue to support our students so that we can make a difference and be a top 10 school district and make sure that our kids and families have the quality education that they deserve. So just thank you for being here with us this evening. So board, in front of us tonight is a recommendation that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the proposal to move forward with a funding development plan to build a new main library facility as submitted by Ms. Carol Levers, Director of Libraries, and is recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield, Superintendent of Schools. Would open it up for discussion or
I would like to
Questions?
make a motion that we do move forward with the funding development plan to build a new main branch library as submitted by Ms. Levers and Dr. Stubblefield.
I second it.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Would open it up for questions or discussion.
I got a question.
Dr. Nguyen?
Thank you, Mr. Lopez, and thank you for the guests who came out this evening. Good to see them and not make this the last time you engage. Everybody knows I'm a professor of history, so I thrive on libraries. And to the young man who is on the board, the Downtown Shareholders, I was one of the first board members of Downtown Shareholders. So I know and I get the challenge of downtown development. And so while I thrive on libraries, I also have a responsibility to consider the cost. And so, respectful of 2022, respectful of the estimates that are not even hard cost, but upwards of 100 million, I'm hesitant to put that tax burden on our people at this time. But that I take issue with saying, renovation would mean old parts. It's like you have a home. You see a lot of expansion, a lot of renovation to what you have. So to get to the point and cut to the chase, I will support renovation and expansion. I will not support tearing this down and building with estimates of 60 to 100 million. What I would like to know is, what does the document say about the tax levy? My understanding, there's some restrictions. So who has that answer? Dr. Stubblefield.
I do not have the answer because I'm looking to those who were part of the document or the mill levy and that information. I do see some in the back gathering information.
And I would just, for clarity, I do, the construction costs that were included in the packet on the low end are 52.2 million, on the high end are 65.1 million.
Right, and there's also the qualification that says if additional property is purchased for the purpose, then new building constructed, and that the acquisition of property will need will add cost. So I'm looking at the numbers just like you are, knowing that 2022 construction cost, even if it's another year, one could add 20 to 30 million. Let me answer the question to my knowledge. Are you coming up and answering the question, ma'am?
No, I'm just going to suggest if we could, we can call the architects to answer some of those questions, technical questions that you have.
Fine. For my clarification is that this levy specifically says build on the current site. Now, if that is correct, then these taxes have been levied for 2 years with that restriction. This document does not say the new building would be on that site. It says site unknown, blah, blah, blah. So that's
Well, we had the feasibility studies, and at that time in 2015, they found out that there was landlocked, the current site, and that's when the board went and said, go ahead and do another feasibility study. So it wasn't just for renovations. We had to bring 3 options to the board at that time.
And that's the point, is does the document making the assessment say that site, or do you have that flexibility?
When you say the document, I don't understand.
I'm saying the levy. My understanding is it says the levy, the tax assessment on the same site that you've been collecting, we've been paying taxes.
Yes, if we had options whether to, if we could, if it was feasible to expand or renew or revitalize that building, yes. If not, if we find the need to build a new one, then that would be an option as well.
And with respect, I understand that. I'm just saying, does the assessment allow that flexibility? That's not my understanding.
I would ask the architects maybe if they have an answer. JD.
No. When the motion back in 2014, it designated specifically that the 2 mills would go toward the building of a new main branch library. So in the Unified Government's financial records, it says, set aside 2 mil increase for new library. That's it. Because all the Unified Government is a go-through for the approval of what the board stated it wanted. And it wanted money set aside for the purpose of building a new main branch library. The location and all that is not a part of the financials. And those details of the location and that cannot, as I said in my opening remarks, cannot be confirmed until the board acts on whether you're going to build the new main branch library.
Okay, and thank you, but that, again, that wasn't my question. But if that's what your document says, then that clarifies that. Okay. So, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen. Further questions? Ms. Page?
What role is first, let me say this, because I know when we leave, I'm going to be misquoted. I love libraries, and if you talk to the library staff, I'm up there every week. I enjoy it. It's a good thing. But my only problem is the same problem I had when I attended those meetings sponsored by the UG about nobody ever talked about costs. So it's easy for people to say, oh, yes, I'd like that, and I'd like this, and I'd like that. But the cost factor didn't come in. Now, we got another group of people. I know the young lady talked about who wrote her and who said they wanted this. I don't have a problem with that. But I hear from another group of people saying, hey, we got to pay taxes, and we're already paying taxes. And I'm one of those people. I'm still mad at the fact that they built, and not only did they build the library on 82nd, they also went back and rehabbed it. And then the Argentine and the Northeast side, we're always last. The money never seems to trickle down or get to us. Now, I'm not against the library. I'm for it. But my question is the cost, and I want to know, right now it's just up in the air, we're going to raise the money. Well, what role is the UG going to play in all of that? What's their role? What are they giving? And then all the businesses that are down there, what are they giving to the cause as well? It shouldn't be all on the burden of the people who live in Kansas City to pay for everything. So I just want to know, are they saying what they're bringing? We got 20 right now. Are they going to get 20? Is this group going to get 20? Are they giving 10? Who's giving what? Is it fair to put all that on the back of the people who live here who are struggling? It's easy to say, oh, in Johnson County, they built 4. They're the 3rd richest county in the nation. So where's this money coming from? And I'm not against progress. I want it to work. I wish we could build it right now. But the question is the funds. Is it fair to put that on the back of the people who live here, who are struggling too? So where are these other entities? What are they going to give? What are they bringing to the table?
So I would just respond, and I don't know if Mr. Rios was going to respond with anything. since no decisions have been made on whether we were going to move forward with the new main branch or renovation or anything, I think staff and leadership and the committee was waiting for the board to act on whether we were going to move forward on a new project or on a renovation before they engaged in those types of conversations, whether it's with the UG or foundations or other potential funders. I think staff and at the direction of the board, we had asked them to hold off on those conversations until they brought back this feasibility study and we gave them further clarity. So I hear what you're saying, Ms. Page. I think this has to be a community effort to get this built, but I think staff was holding off on having those conversations until the board made a decision one way or another.
And I mean no disrespect, but I've been in situations, it's a blank sheet, trust us, we'll be back. And then we get jammed, and it's not a good feeling. So I just want to make sure that I'm not for a blank sheet. You know, I want the library, but I want more details, some facts, some things that we can put our hands on. And is everybody giving in the pot? Not just us, because I pay taxes, and they don't mind putting it on us. And again, I never see the trickle down. It doesn't get to the northeast side.
Yeah, and I would just, again, just say that if the board decides to move forward with building a new main branch library, I think that's the authority that we're giving Ms. Levers, the committee and staff to start developing some of those details, which include architects, engineering, costs, and ultimately that has to come back before the board, and the board has to make any decision on anything that's presented. So I think that this is step one if we were to move in that direction. Ms. Clark.
So my next question, and thank you for kind of going through the logistics of that. Next, if it comes back to the board says we don't want to pay that or whatever the case may be, it's then another board decision on how to move forward. I want to make sure I'm understanding logistics.
So,
Okay.
And so my understanding is, yes, the board has to make the ultimate decision. However, I think we need to allow Ms. Levers and administration, leadership, and the committee the opportunity to be able to engage in those conversations, whether it be with the UG or other potential partners. If we're looking at sites other than current location, staff really need to lead that and bring that back to the board. But yes, ultimately, it is the board who has the final decision on it, how we move forward.
Because to be clear, right now, their hands are tied. So they need a decision, their hands are tied, their conversations are limited, and we'll just keep on having these conversations unless we make a decision.
We've been having this conversation since 2014.
Okay.
So yes.
With that, I'm,
And Mr. Lopez, my response to that, the conversations have been going on. Let's not fool each other. They've been meeting, they've been planning, because I find it hard to believe they're just walking in here with this, and we haven't done a thing. They don't strike me as that kind of people. But that's just my opinion. I respect yours.
And my response to that, Ms. Page, would be that at the last board meeting when Ms. Levers presented, we asked her to go back to the committee, bring back the updated feasibility study, and have the committee present to the board their findings and their recommendations, which is exactly what they're doing tonight.
so I guess we just need to call for the vote at this point?
I have one more question.
Ms. Russell had a question,
Okay.
and then, yes.
So I will just say I am publicly in full support of the library, building a new library. However, I will say the path to get to this moment, or even the questions that still loom, are very unclear. So my personal expectation on behalf of the taxpayers of Wyandotte County is that this process moving forward is transparent, it's clear, and guidance is warranted along the way. I asked a question in my beforehand questions around who is not at the table that should be at the table. I'm glad to see El Centro, the downtown shareholders, represented here tonight. However, I don't see that reflected on the committee. I don't see the current librarians that are dealing with whatever programmatic or structural issues represented on the committee. So my ask as a board member is that those things be looked at. We talk a lot about in Wyandotte County community engagement. Who is at the table of that committee that was developed in 2013 that is here today, that is in downtown that has a vested interest in the library, that should be at the table. And I would urge the committee to invite them, open up a public application again, whatever needs to be had, because in 10 years we have grown and things have changed a little bit. Additionally, I will say, I just want a clarifying question, because I hear taxpayers, I hear dollars paid. The board making a decision today to fund a new library does not impact taxpayers in this community, correct?
Correct. There's, at this point, again, no decisions have been made, so the current status on taxes and everything, this is not, the vote today has no impact on any tax at all.
So when we talk about finding in an estimate of $62 million, that $42 million, the committee is looking to reach out to funders, foundations, individuals who are vested in this community for those additional 2/3 of the dollars and not the taxpayers. That is the implication being made.
No,
Okay.
Correct.
So,
The only thing I was going to say.
Unclear, we clear?
I would just clarify that a little bit, and I think, again, I think the recommendation or what's at the table right now is to allow the director and staff and the committee to develop that fundraising plan and what that would look like and bring that back to the board. So I would not say right now, again, the vote tonight is not impacting taxes at all. The vote tonight is to move forward and say, yes, we want to build a new downtown main branch library as recommended by the committee and staff. And then they will work on developing a fundraising plan and what that may look like. Now, that may be reaching out to foundations, having I don't know what that is. And so that I would allow them to answer that and to bring that back to the.
I just wanted to be clear that the board is not making action to increase the levy or to immediately have any, just because I've heard that many times.
Absolutely.
The other question that I have is what are the next steps? So oftentimes we are told the board is holding up actions. When can we expect from the library board to have a next update on where we are with this? Have they already discussed that? Because I don't want a year to go by and it be like, oh, well, the board didn't want to hear it. I would like to know what those next steps are.
So, and I was not interjecting about the tax component. I was going to interject about committee makeup and expectations. I think if there are specific things that the board or specific representation that this board is wanting to be represented on that committee, just as a new person coming in, those things should be clarified in committee direction and timeline. So if the expectation, if the board votes to move forward with either the renovation or a new library, they need a timeline on, we want an update in 3 months, 6 months, because without that kind of guidance, I think it'll continue to be when it comes up as an issue. But so once the board makes a decision around that, I think some specific timeline around when would you like to have an update and what type of representation you would like to see on the committee, and then what type of community engagement you want to occur so that assumptions are not being made by either the current committee or current board members, I think would be helpful for clarification for them moving forward.
Thank you for setting clear expectations. So Rachel would like Janie, if you wouldn't mind a friendly amendment to your motion to move forward, including a quarterly update to the board. I assume that's a respectable ask, but I may be wrong.
I have no problem adding that. I'm sure they will have 3-month updates. When we worked on the South Branch Library, we were constantly bringing back updates to the board as things were progressing. And since I was so involved with the fundraising of that, I know from experience that no foundation, no charitable group is going to make a commitment of dollars until the board votes to move forward.
So it sounds like Ms. Humphries has accepted the friendly amendment. I believe, Ms. Drew, you had seconded. Are you okay with the
Yes, I
amendment?
am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, can we just make sure that we know what the motion is so we're all clear? So I believe the motion, Ms. Smith, remind me if, or correct me if I'm wrong, the motion is that the Board of Education approve the proposal to move forward with funding development plan to build a new main library facility as submitted by staff and including quarterly updates to the board. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Okay, I see her nodding her head.
Wayne had a question.
Dr. Nguyen, you
I
had a
just
question?
need 2 clarification, please, for Mr. Goheen. So the tax levy that is, out, for lack of a better word, set aside, that continues, correct?
Yes, that's ongoing, right?
Okay, but it's not, is it an additional or it's just a carve-out of what is being assessed?
That I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to actually look at the language of the
Okay.
levy. And I can do that for you. I just,
Yeah, you need to do that, because then that would answer your question as to, as to whatever we say, that tax is going on. And if it's additional, then it does have an impact. So you're not correct, Mr. Lopez, but for not knowing, we need clarification. The second clarification I'd like to ask of you, you stated 3, 4, 5, 6 months ago, whatever, that, well, question, do we own the building and/or if that library does, if the building does not remain a library, we did not have authority to, you know what I'm asking you? You made a statement that as long as, we owned it as long as it was a library. Now, does that grant authority to tear down?
there is a deed restriction on the property that the current library sits on. I don't have it pulled up in front of me, and I believe the deed restriction is for it to be, I can't remember if it's maintained as a public library or if it's a public library and/or a school facility or something like that. It's one
So
of
we need clarification on that as well.
Dr. Nguyen, I just want to be clear that tonight, what it says is that we are approving a new library at a new site. So the old library will then become something else.
No, you're not approving any location or anything else. All the vote is tonight, as I understand it, is that you're authorizing the committee to move forward to develop a funding plan for the construction of a new library. It's not tied to a specific location. It's not tied to anything else, because all of that would have to come back to the board for a decision. The board has to decide the location, approve the cost, if there's any, or any of that stuff that has to come forward. All you're doing right now, as I understand it, from what I've heard and what I saw in the agenda item, is authorizing administration and the committee to move forward with developing a funding plan for the construction.
In bold, it says on
Exactly.
adjacent or
Or
nearby property. That is exactly what,
That's not what the motion says.
Right, the motion is actually just the proposal to move, what is under the recommendation on the board docs. The motion is what the recommendation is, which is that we approve the proposal to move forward with a funding development plan to build a new main branch library facility.
I understand that. I just want us all to be clear, because when I read the explanation, that is what I am taking as what we are talking about. And so it was not said from any one source today that we are talking about the current site. What I read in the explanation on the actual motion, or whatever we want to call this, says it is not the same site, which rendered the questions around the additional site, the current site and its usage. So I just want us all to be clear, because what the public also sees right now is what is on this board doc.
That's why I said I think we need to
Okay.
make it very clear what the motion is tonight that the board's voting on, and I don't want any board member voting on something that they don't understand what the motion is. So that's why.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I will go ahead and call the vote. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you, committee. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, no, and I'm not against library. No.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, no, and I've explained my reason why. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you to the committee, to Ms. Levers for your work, and we will continue to hear quarterly updates. I do just want to say thank you to the board for the discussion, for continuing to do your due diligence. I know this has been ongoing for all of us, and again, just thank you to everyone who participated to bring this forward tonight. With that, we're going to take a quick 10-minute recess. We will reconvene at 6:45. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and come back together, call the meeting back to order. Thank you for allowing us a quick stretch break. We're going to jump right into our agenda. The agenda has changed just a little bit, as you recall, the amended agenda. So next on our agenda is our board discussion. First up, I'd invite Ms. Tiffany Lewis to the podium as the board will discuss COVID and masking protocols for the upcoming academic school year.
Good afternoon, President Lopez, Vice President Clark, Dr. Stubblefield, and board members.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I know you all are happy to see me again. This is my fourth COVID presentation. What I will tell you is not a lot has changed. There have been some amendments to the KDHE guidance, which is not reflective in the report in this plan, but it can be easily implemented. My ask of you today is to make a decision. School starts Monday so that we can have a plan in place for our students and staff. The first option is the option that we were on before school went out, and it was if COVID absences remain below a certain percentage, masks will be optional. And if buildings exceeded a 5% threshold, we would then go into masking at those buildings. Option 2, we amended a little bit. It will follow the KDHE Unified Governance and CDC, that's the state guidance that was released. But we added that if the positivity levels exceed 10% is when that will kick in. The 10% is based on speaking with the chief epidemiologist, with the state, and with Dr. Corvo, and we came with that number because usually when you're looking at pandemic cases, you want it at a 10% ratio. It is really, for our smaller buildings too, when you put it at that 5% ratio, that could be 3 to 5 folks out in the buildings and not really a realistic number. And we could not do an all for one. It is not equitable to do all for one. If there's an outbreak at that school, we need to address that school, put that school in mask. We now have data. I know there were questions before about central office. I have been working with HR and Ms. Devon, and I have those names for the central office staff. We can now add them to the COVID dashboard. We'll still monitor transmission for cases, positivity numbers. We'll still implement masking protocols. Sometimes we will have to go to 14 days. It just depends, but the base is to be 10 days. That's why I kept the 14 days in there. This algorithm is the one thing that the CDC and COVID has been good to me. It hasn't changed since February. So the staff is very familiar with this algorithm. So there's 2 layers of protection. Not only do you have the mitigation plan, but in case someone is exposed or they have COVID positive, they follow this algorithm. So that's that double layer of protection. Any questions?
So thank you, Ms. Lewis, for your work. I want to acknowledge I'm one of those that asked for additional information, so I do just want to recognize and say thank you for your time and you and the team who have put forward this information to keep us as up to date as we need to be. And so just thank you for your patience and for your continued willingness to share updated information and to the entire team to bring this information back to the board so that we can be as informed as we can be. So I'd open up the floor to questions or discussion. There's a suggestion. Yes, Ms. Russell.
So I just have a few clarifying questions. Did we receive a recommendation from the Unified Government Public Health Department regarding our COVID guidelines moving into the school year?
I can answer that. I received a recommendation. It was some highlighted areas. The area school superintendents will receive one within the next week or so. I received this recommendation because by us being one of the largest school districts, I was asked to look at it with Dr. Corvo and Elizabeth Grunway. But yes, I did receive it. It's the same one that's in your board the board presentation that's online. The only revisions that they made to it were the test to stay revisions, which we have in all of our schools. We can test to stay, but we've chosen to do the test to know option, and introduction of over-the-counter tests. So when COVID first started, remember we said no at-home tests would be accepted? That is no longer a choice because so many people are getting infected with COVID-19 and they were running out of tests, so we now need to accept at-home tests. The last consideration is that any close contact, whether they're susceptible or not, whether they've had COVID-19 in the last 90 days, that we test them because there are different strands. There's up to BA4 and B4 and B5 now. And studies show that no matter what, if they're vaccinated, they are still getting COVID and they're still getting different strands within 90 days.
My next question is based on the recommendation, because I think most of us in this room also know what that recommendation is. Was the recommendation from the UG similar to KDHE, which said we should use the most, I don't remember the word y'all used. Conservative option related to community level as the basis for whether or not we should be masking?
Well, in the update, it bases it on community level, but it also bases it on census level of the population that you serve.
So do either of the options that we're being presented with today represent the recommendation from KDHE and the recommendation from our local health department?
Option 2 represents that.
And I just want to clarify, Tiffany got that email yesterday afternoon, so that's why it's not reflected in this. And she shared it with me late last night, and the area superintendents have not received any communication from the local health department, but they did send it to her yesterday afternoon specifically, and she shared it with me, but they have not communicated to area superintendents. So I just wanted to be clear about why.
Their recommendation was also put in their local newsletter that they send out to citizens twice weekly. And so I believe that information is available on the UG website, as they have now decided to re-put that back into their weekly newsletter. So.
Yes, just for clarification, they are going to send stuff to local schools, but not until local school superintendents next week. Because I'm on that task force, I got the information a little bit earlier and shared it.
Okay.
Ms. Humphries?
With option 2, that means that we follow those guidelines, but masking is optional. If someone feels like they need to wear a mask, whether they fall into those guidelines or not, they're allowed to, correct?
Option, if it exceeds that 10% threshold, just like before, when it exceeded that 5% threshold, we will make the building require mask.
But if it's under that, if someone wants to wear a mask because they feel safer, they're entitled
It is
to wear a
optional.
mask.
Yes, as long as it remains below the 10% threshold, we will stay mask optional. Once it goes above the 10% threshold in any area, that building, we will move to mask required.
Okay.
Ms. Page?
I have a few questions. One, as a board, if we're not following any health official recommendations, what liability, and I think I asked this before, Mr. Gohan, what liability do we have?
Well, it would depend upon what the specific circumstances are, but you could not rely on health guidance as a defense if there were a claim brought. Now, just like any other illness, you would have the issue of anybody that claims or asserts they got an illness through some negligence on behalf of the school district would have to prove causation. That means that they didn't get the COVID from some other location, just like the flu or any other illness, which is very difficult to do. So that is the issue you do have.
Okay. And then my other question is, Ms. Smith, can you provide the board with data about what happened when we went to optional in May, and then what happened after the school year was over and we just had summer school and people in the building? Can you provide us with data for that time span?
So I think I sent data back. We increased about 70% across the board. In June, we've had about 49 positive cases. In July, we had 99 cases, and as to date, we have 62 positive cases. But these are staff only because students are not in the buildings, and this does not reflect student cases. But I can find that email where I sent the data of all the breakdown of the students. But there was significant increase when we removed masks. That is to be expected because people that were masked are now unmasked. So we did notice an increase.
And thank you so much for that. And then my only other concern, when you think of the fact that we don't have enough teachers, then that means our classes may be larger than the norm. And when you have classes and masks, they're larger, and the masks are optional, that can create a problem, and that's a concern that I have. So I'm just asking that. I'm not here to argue anymore, because I think we kicked it as far as we can kick it, and we've gone back and forth. So I'd like to make a motion, if there aren't any other questions, that we go with option 2.
So moved.
There's a motion and a
Seconded, sorry.
second. Thank you, Ms. Russell. So there's a motion and a second to follow option 2 as presented. Are there any other questions specific to this motion? Seeing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thanks again, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you.
Our next agenda item is an additional item regarding the sponsorship for the Education Summit that is happening this Saturday that was presented.
So I was able to get some clarifying emails. That was approved by someone prior to my arrival. If you look at the list of contacts, it says the Dr. Lynette Hookfin and Lisa Garcia. So this event was planned before the pandemic, and then once the pandemic came, whatever sponsorship or partnership that was occurring, they listed those same options. So that's where that came from.
And I appreciate that. I just thought, I didn't know, and people were saying, we're sponsoring this. And then I had to go back. I said, yeah, we are a sponsor. So I just was wondering, can we find out if we are doing it and share it with everybody? Because people didn't know. And they didn't know if since it said KCKPS is a sponsor, I just thought, wow, we don't even know.
Yeah.
It would have been nice.
And I didn't know either.
Okay.
It was an event that was planned, that was postponed, that was put back on.
Okay. And thank you for finding out.
Mr. Lopez, I have a question.
Yes, Dr. Nguyen.
So what should be the protocol moving forward with events like this?
So typically, when we partner with universities or those kind of things, whether it's the curriculum department, the student services department, depending on what they're requesting of us, if it's no financial commitment, sometimes it's just, will you partner and lend your expertise? We typically would inform the board that we are doing it, but if it doesn't cost us anything or it doesn't exceed $20,000, it would be an administrative decision. So I don't know what the partnership for this was. I'm assuming if you all were on the board and you weren't aware of it, there was either no financial cost or it was less than $20,000. And that I would assume that whomever was in leadership at the time, they possibly could have shared it in their end of the week, that we are partnering with whoever is putting it on, and it was probably as FYI or something around that.
I mean, that explains past practice.
Yeah.
The question is, moving forward, what can we expect?
So currently, that's what we currently do. Like when we partner with different universities, earlier in the year, we worked with, and I don't remember the organization, but we put on an SEL virtual conference, and there was no cost to us. It was a collaboration around what we're doing virtually and those things. We shared that in the end of the week. We advertised it on our website. We shared it out with all of our staff because there was no financial commitment. If there's a financial commitment that exceeds $20,000, we bring it forth to the board. We have several partnerships with different organizations and universities, so it just depends. But I always provide the information in my communication to you or talk about it here. Unless there's a financial cost over $20,000, then I bring it forth for approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will share, just for transparency, I was invited to participate on one of the panels this Saturday for that summit, so I will be a panelist, and I believe there may be other staff members. But it is looks to be a great summit, education summit, so if anyone's interested, I believe Ms. Russell shared the information for that via email, so board, check that out if you're interested. That's this Saturday. Okay, if there are no other questions, we'll move forward with our agenda. Our next agenda item, there are no community comments signed up for today, so again, just a reminder to our community, you are always welcome to come and give comment. Just please contact Ms. Leslie Smith, the board clerk, to sign up for comment. Next item are item 7, board updates and approvals. First up, these are items, board, that have been brought to the board previously and information shared with us. These are coming up requested for approval. So the first one, item A, the EPA Clean Bus Rebate. It is recommended that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the EPA Clean Bus Rebate as submitted by Steve Lilly, Chief Operations Officer, and as recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield, Superintendent of Schools.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes, Dr. Nguyen.
So I would like to ask Mr. Martin, did I overlook I think he mentioned that there would be a grant, and he also mentioned that it was in writing. So did I overlook, is he here?
He's coming up to the podium. Yes, thank you.
I did share it in the end of the week, that Friday after the first time that it was presented. All of
Grant document?
Yes, all of that document.
Okay, I'll go back and look for it. Thank you. What was the date of that, please?
7/22.
7/22? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you.
Well, one more question.
Ms. Page, yes.
I know we got the grant, so will there be a plan that he'll bring, because that's only 25 buses. So how often or when we'll begin to do some of the other buses? I know this is the grant. I didn't know, when you're going to have a plan together for the rest of the buses.
Good evening, everyone. I can speak to that just briefly. When it comes to the rest of our fleet, we'll still follow our same protocol. As I stated at the last board meeting, where we'll out-service those buses once they hit, the 25-year span, or when the cost to maintain the bus exceeds the actual value of the current bus. So that we will still follow our normal process that we have today when it comes to making those decisions of what units that we're going to pick, that we're going to refresh.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Ms. Russell, I'm sorry.
Is there already a motion?
There's not.
I make a motion that we approve the EPA Clean Bus Rebate Program.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Are there further questions or discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, it is recommended that the Kansas City Kansas Board of Education accept the amended and restated Articles of Incorporation of the Kansas City, Kansas Schools Foundation for Excellence as first read is submitted by Mr. Gregory Goheen, General Counsel, and is recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield, Superintendent of Schools.
So moved.
Second.
I think
Yeah,
This is the second read.
This should be the second read. Would you accept a
Yes, I
friendly amendment?
will accept.
Thank you.
It does
Yes.
say that on the.
It does.
It does,
That's why I
in bold. Mm-hmm.
So the.
No, it's a
friendly-
first read.
A friendly amendment has been accepted by those who made the motion.
Yes.
Any questions? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes, and thank you, Crystal Watson.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda, it is recommended that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education accept a low bid from SSI Furnishings in the amount of $443,922.52 for new cafeteria tables and seating for all high schools, as submitted by Mr. Wayne Carell, Director of Purchasing, Steve Lilly, Chief Operations Officer, and recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield, Superintendent of Schools.
So move.
Seconded.
And seconded. Questions? Yes, Ms. Russell.
Question. Mr. Lilly, and you don't have to have the response today. Fairfax Learning Center, did they get new tables as a part of this as well, or will they? They have very elementary tables at that building. Or is there a plan to bring that to the tables?
Wayne Carell.
Okay.
Fairfax is not part of this. I'll contact the director tomorrow
Okay.
at Fairfax and talk with them, and I'll go take a look.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Additional questions? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next item is a part of the amended agenda, a new item. It is recommended that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the ratified agreement with the National Education Association, KCK, for the 2022-2023 school year as submitted by Samry Devon, Associate Superintendent of Human Resources, and as recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield, Superintendent of Schools.
So moved.
I second it.
Moved and seconded. Are there questions or further discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes. Thank you, Dom and team.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes. I will also add, let's just let this be the beginning, upward, positive school year. Let's make it happen.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Ditto, Ms. Russell. Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you, everybody. Next, agenda item number 8, new business. Board, this is in front of you as an information item. Mr. Matthew Anderson is here to answer any questions if there are any. Otherwise, this is for information purposes. Seeing no questions, ask questions. Oh,
I have
yes, Ms.
one.
Page.
The really great reading, that document wasn't clear. Can it be sent again?
Yeah, we'll make sure that we get that forwarded. I'm saying yes, and I heard Mr. Anderson say yes. Thank you. Additional questions? All right. This will come back before the board at a future board meeting. Next item on our agenda is policy review. First item are policies that have come before us. This is the third read for these policies. So it is recommended that the Board of Education accept these policy updates for a third and final read. And Mr. Goheen, are there any that you want to walk through with us?
No, I mean, these are the ones that you guys have been through a couple times. I haven't had any comments or suggested changes, so.
Is there a motion to accept for a third read?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Further any questions?
I've got a question.
Dr. Nguyen?
Dr. Stubblefield, how do we actually manage the vision screenings with 20,000 kids?
I am going to defer to Ms. Lewis.
I'm back. Good afternoon. So right now, what we do is they're broken down by elementary, middle, and high school. And then we have days, and they go in and do the vision screenings. They're done at the beginning, well, September, and then we'll work our way through. They've changed the vision guidelines a little bit, and our leads run those. And we have special staff that come in and do those vision screenings in the schools, and we check them off school by school. Same thing with hearing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Additional questions? Okay, there's a motion and a second. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, board. Next item on the agenda, these policies are up for a first read. It's recommended to accept for a first read policy JGG. So I will allow Mr. Goheen to share any information on these policies.
Policy JGG is the transportation policy for the school district. There are a couple of minor changes that were recommended by KASB. Those are at the top of the policy. You'll see those in red. This changes it from bus-provided transportation to school-provided transportation, acknowledging that transportation might be something other than a school bus. The real change, and it's the substantive one that the board has talked about and why this one was pulled out separately, is to authorize a change from the current policy, which is that to student activities, the only way students are allowed to be transported to a student activity currently is if the school district provides transportation and students are not allowed to transport themselves or drive themselves to those activities. The recommendation from administration is to broaden that to allow transportation by students to activities if authorized in writing by the student's parent or guardian. I did get one question regarding the policies once they were posted up, and that was a question about whether we would have a consistent or uniform document prepared for that authorization. The short answer is yes. The longer answer is that has not been developed yet because we wanted to get input from the board as to whether this is a direction the board wants to go before we did that, and then also what the parameters of that might be from the board before we fully develop what that looks like. And again, to remind the board of a couple things, this policy was changed from the KASB policy, which does allow students to transport themselves with parental authorization, to the current board policy based on a tragic accident that occurred probably 10, 15 years ago now, involving some high school students who were driving to an activity and got in a bad car wreck. So that's where that policy shifted and changed. Those kids were not initially insured by individual auto insurance above a $25,000 limit, which was the minimum in Kansas. They were not covered by the district's fleet policy because it's not district transportation. That is why the policy changed. The reasons for suggesting from the administration to change to allow some limited student self-transportation relate primarily to things like the ability to go to internships, to go to smaller participation activities, and allow a little bit greater freedom and flexibility and equity for those students to make sure that we can get students to events where we might not have the ability to provide a full bus for that transportation. So those are the reasons or the rationale. But this is a significant departure from what the board has had in place for a number of years.
Yes, Ms. Page.
Okay, two questions. One, for the school-provided transportation, to and from, are we at 1 mile? Do we limit it? Do we have enough buses? Or are we still at 1 mile is the distance?
It varies by grade levels. I think at the elementary level, and Mr. Miguel left, I think it's 0.8 miles, and at middle school and high school, I believe is 1.5 miles. But if Miguel is somewhere near,
I think you put it in your last week's,
I think it's 0.8 and 1.5. I know our distance is shorter than the state. So the board never changed that for the middle school level, because that's where the questions were coming up at last year.
So do we have enough buses and drivers?
For the current route,
Yeah.
yes.
There's not a shortage?
No, Miguel I mean, we have openings, but we have fewer openings than we had at the start of the school last year, and they were able to cover all the routes.
Because I know there was a problem when they had after-school activities, not at the middle school level. So we're okay on that, or we're?
I will get clarification on that. I know they
Okay.
will be able to cover all the routes.
Okay. And then second question, I understand why they want to do it. And I get if your kid is in a internship and all that. But legally, even if they sign off, we're still liable if there's a wreck?
Well, we may or may not be liable depending upon what the circumstances are. If they're attending a school activity and the transportation, school authorized transportation is the student transporting themselves, then we potentially are on the hook for that. That's kind of the issue that came up in that prior lawsuit. If we are providing a school bus or our own transportation and the student elects to not ride in the school bus that's being provided, then they are not riding in the school-provided transportation. We would not necessarily be liable as a school district. The problem is, in that situation, if they got into a car wreck, they would probably, I mean, they'd have whatever insurance that their parents have on the vehicle and not whatever insurance they might have under the school district's fleet policy. And the only reason I bring that up is because the one incident with that other situation was it was a KCKPS activity, and because it wasn't district-provided transportation, they did not have access to the KCKPS insurance either. And as I said, that was a pretty traumatic incident in that situation with a lot of medical costs. So.
And what would you recommend? I'm just asking your opinion. I'm not saying we got to do that.
You guys have got a policy decision to make, and the policy decision is to what degree is it important to allow transportation for students by themselves to afford themselves of internship opportunities and other things that you don't have the ability to provide the transportation for, versus the safety and security of providing that transportation in school buses. That's the policy decision you guys have to make. You know, the issue from a legal standpoint, if you push me on it, is that, you know, you want to protect against the potential for liability and risk, which is the current policy. But I understand that you guys also have to make allowances for that risk tolerance based on policy decisions, which can affect things like opportunities for your students that may not exist otherwise. So that's the hard call that you guys have to make.
Thank you.
Ms. Russell?
So when I read in writing, it takes me back to my grandma with cursive and a note signed from the school district. In order to allow, similar to what we allowed for speaking as a parent, so I think for summer school sign up, for a club sign up, I was able to electronically sign through Infinite Campus, click yes or no, and you had to make a decision. The form didn't disappear unless you said yes or no. Would we have to amend this to say, or electronically signed document?
Now, the electronic signature is a accepted authorization, but only if there's underlying proof of identity. So the way those signature things are supposed to work is there is a verification process to assure that somebody's not, you know, falsifying their parent's signature any more than if they had like a kid, you know, in the old days would trace over their mom or dad's signature on a sheet of paper, right?
I can't say I wasn't one of those kids at one time.
I'm not going to say one way or the other whether I was, but I think we all understood how that worked.
I can't remember what they called them this morning, but
So-
hot mess kids.
That could be. So the issue there is that we would have to rely on the systems consistent with what we do for the other sign-offs or authorizations by students, parents, or guardians, just like we do for FERPA notices, medical authorizations, all those types of things. So if you go out for a sports activity, you do have to sign certain documents.
Okay.
It would be the same kind of document, probably presented to the students at the same time period. It would probably need to identify the fact, I think under the KCKPS rules, I think it has to say whether they're covered or not covered under fleet policy if they allow that authorization to be signed. Whether parents or guardians would understand what that means, I don't know. So we'd have to do the best we could to explain that.
So I guess just my last question around this electronically signed, if someone can find out if our system in Infinite Campus, understand you, allows for that additional authorization, I don't remember there being like a firm entered this in or what have you to verify that you are who you are, but maybe it asked me to put in my password, I don't remember. So if someone on staff can figure that part out, I would like to amend this document, if so, to say or electronically signed.
Yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Clark.
My question is around, I support the students driving, and as a parent as well, I've seen several different things. So my question though is around rides with friends and what would be needed, because that's going to come up. And so what needs to be added to this policy to address that, to also protect, if the students have the freedom, I've seen too many times they hop in a car, friends.
Yeah, so as currently drafted, this does not include the ability for a student to ride with a friend to a school activity. So as it currently drafted, that would be prohibited. Policing that would be up to administration.
Okay, and that was my next question, just because I know that question will come up, and just making sure that that's clear if this passes.
Yeah. As it's currently drafted, it only permits the student to drive themselves to or from that activity with signed parental consent. It would not allow them to transport any other student to the event.
Okay.
Now, if you wanted to change that, that would be something you'd have to suggest, and we try and come up with language, but as it's currently drafted, that's not what it allows.
So, Mr. Goheen, can I ask one more question? It's a little bit off topic, but kind of in that same vein. When we have students that are walking to different events, I know we have some schools where there is a little bit of a hike, maybe to the baseball field and so on and so forth. We are talking about transportation here, but we have students that are on feet. What is protecting us there?
So, in terms of, you mean protecting us if they get injured or hurt on the walk?
Correct, because it's the same thing, car accident versus car being hit by a car.
Yeah, no, it's the same issue. Now, I guess ostensibly, they would be walking and presumably supervised during the walk to the practice or the activity.
Mr. Goheen, I don't mean to harm, but when Dr. Faust was here, we had a problem at Harmon.
I know.
Those girls were walking, and it wasn't a short distance to get to the practice field. And when time changed, it was dark, and they did provide a bus. We didn't know they were walking.
Right.
So that's a legitimate concern. And then they got a bus out there and got those girls back and forth. But they're asking them to walk, and that wasn't a short distance.
Oh, that was a concern when that was discovered. So your point is that walking is potentially just as dangerous, and it also could be true depending on where you're walking to or from, and whether the district should be providing transportation for the most safe access to those activities, I think is a very valid question for the board to address.
You have age limitations, some students aren't driving, some, I mean, just lots of various different things. So I think that at some point we need to talk about that as well, and how that fits, or where it fits.
Yeah, I think you guys need to, as you have concerns about this, I think you need to bring that up and discuss it as part of looking at this policy, because, as I said, this was a change, and if you're going to go this route, which is perfectly fine, you need to make sure you're thinking about what options you want to make sure you include so that staff know what they're supposed to do.
So are you saying things such as a restricted license, driver's license, those types of things, should they be outlined in the policy, or that's the direction that we're giving to staff?
It could be either. You could place additional limitations on what's allowed or permitted in the policy, or you could have that be directed and included as part of the authorization that the students are signed off on, and sort of placed back on the parents to police and monitor, as opposed to the school district monitoring whether they've got a license. I mean, when they sign the authorization saying my student can drive, that also says on there that they've got a valid license and those types.
Liability
Insurance, those types of things. And that would probably be my recommendation, that you put that on the parents to state that their son or daughter has those things, because otherwise it's going to become a little bit of an administrative nightmare for the school officials to have to try to police and track down and verify whether the licenses are valid and whether they've got insurance.
Could part of that document for authorization, similar to how we all go to the DMV to get new tags or get a new car, you got to show the license and the insurance for the initial. So when you're signing off on the authorization, I want to make a copy of the ID or driver's license, restricted or full, and then I want to see a copy of the license coverage with the active date present. Does that make sense? Is that something that we respectively could ask for?
Yeah, that is something you could do, and again, you just have to balance that against what the administrative oversight would be for the school to do that. But if you're suggesting that that be part of the initial authorization signed off, that they, like you say, when you go to the doctor's office or the DMV or whatever, you scan in that initial information, I'm pretty sure that we could come up with something that would work.
I also like that idea. I kind of thought about that too, especially if parents can upload that themselves versus our staff having to take that burden. But I do know that we have several students that are driving to school that should not be, and so now we're talking about other activities. So
You don't know that.
I do not know that. I suspect that.
She would like to retract her first statement.
I will suspect that.
I've got a question. Didn't we not just purchase how many vans to help this problem?
We did authorize, how many vans?
5.
No, we
Five?
did purchase additional vans.
Are the vans here?
That Wayne is coming forward.
So for those listening, Mr. Correll said it will be past the beginning of the school year before they get here.
But I will say that the additional vans, some of the things that have come up, the vans won't necessarily address that.
Because it won't, sorry.
I just want to be clear.
Because it won't be the actual teacher leaving, because the people authorized to drive the vans are the staff members. And so in order for a student to go to a one-off or two-off people activity, the staff member would not be taking them, and that's why the vans would not be utilized in this way, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It may alleviate some of the walking in between practices. I don't know all the details around that and the number of different groups. When you think about like Sumner and Harmon, if they only have one van and they have multiple groups going to different places, it won't alleviate it, but it will help address it.
Because wasn't that the rationale used, purchase? Wasn't that the rationale stated?
Correct, but it's more activities than the number of vans that were purchased. So if you think about at Harmon, if they're walking up to the track, you have, or the softball field, all of those are different groups of athletes with different numbers, and if it's one van at each high school, it won't be able to address all of them. I mean, logistically, if you stagger times and do different things, but then it has an impact on the back end.
So if there aren't any more questions about this policy tonight, and I don't mean to cut anybody short, we are asking for approval for first read. I really would encourage everybody to take a hard look at this and come back with questions or suggestions when we have the second read so that we can make modifications or changes as the board sees fit, if this is the direction you want to go. Or if you decide it's not the direction you want to go, that's fine too. But this is one you want to take some time with.
The second read will not be at the meeting on Thursday, correct?
Will not be at the
Okay.
meeting on Thursday.
All right, I will make the motion to accept policy JG for.
JGG.
Sorry. Yes, JGG for the first read.
Second.
Motion and a second. Questions on the motion?
So just to be clear, when it comes back to us for the second read, some of the recommendations that were brought up tonight, I just want to make sure you have what you need.
No, I mean, right now, we've just had a discussion, so if there are suggestions the board members want to be made to this for the second read, you need to convey that to staff or to me so that we can have some examples or some language proposed for the second read, or if you prefer, we could just have a longer discussion at that second read meeting, and we'll try to get that information down so that you guys can have a change policy based upon whatever those look like for the final read.
Okay, so to Ms. Russell's point, I think finding out if we can upload to an app.
And I've got that written down, yeah.
Okay. And then, Mr. Goheen, I just don't know where we address our students on beat, if that's here or if that's another policy, like what does that look? So
It's
that
here.
would come here
Yeah.
as well. I don't know what that verbiage should look like, but I do want us, I would look to you as our legal counsel, I would want us definitely to be protected as we have students that are walking, and how does that get implemented or inserted here?
Yeah, so I guess my second ask from staff would be around athletes or clubs that have a distance more than, and I'm bad at understanding, if there is a fair share of walked ground, if we can have an analysis of what those are and how we could, if there is a way that we can address that, or what we need to do in this policy here to get to Ms. Clark's statement. I think we're all thinking about liability, and if we don't know exactly, I know we have Harmon, I know we have Sumner, but there may be others that we're not aware of, especially when we talk about middle school sports. So.
And I think really what you're talking about is safety for the students.
Exactly.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, no.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you.
So the next policy that we have up for the board to do is a first read. This one's much easier than the other three that are up for tonight. This one is a policy that was proposed by KASB. It relates to federal grants, and we had not included this with the earlier packages, the board may recall, because we wanted to verify that this proposed policy, which you do not currently have, matches what your practice is from an administrative standpoint for dealing with the grants. Staff has reviewed it. It's consistent with what staff currently does for federal grant programs. So based upon that, our recommendation is that you adopt this for first read.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Win, yes.
Thank you.
The next policy that we have up for review is a policy IF, which is the policy for review of textbooks, instructional materials, and media center items, which is basically library books and other things available from the school libraries. KSB had some recommended changes to this. It differed a little bit from what you had, and then based upon some of the discussions we had in reviewing this, we had some, I don't want to call them concerns, but we had some suggested changes from both an administrative standpoint and from a board standpoint that would make this a little bit more fluid, and also look toward trying to tailor this policy so that when you're dealing with complaints or concerns, there are complaints or concerns that are coming from actual parents or students in the school district, as opposed to somebody from Florida or Texas who might be trying to utilize this school district to make some sort of political point. So the idea here is that it's tailored toward our community as opposed to being tailored toward a general policy for the public to complain about student materials that are in the school system. It also is set forth to try to make sure that when we're selecting that we have appropriate subject matter experts that are looking at and reviewing the materials correctly. KSB had a student member, or proposed a student member to the review committee, and also a community member. Recommendation is that you don't include those two on the review committee, that they actually be administrative staff with expertise in the area. The idea on the student issue primarily is that could put the student in a bad situation, particularly if it's a younger student who may not have the sort of maturity level, I think is the best way to phrase it, to be able to participate in a book review, particularly if it's a difficult subject or topic, and put that student in a bad position. So those were the main changes that you have here. We did streamline it so that KSB's policy did not have a review level at the superintendent before it came to the board. It was felt that it should come up the chain and go through the superintendent first, so that's been added in. Final decision would still be based on the board, with the board receiving the recommendation from the superintendent's committee, which consists of a teacher, a building principal, I forget what the job title is here, but it's the person in charge of curriculum, as well as area specialist and whatever the particular item being challenged would be. So those are the proposed changes. Again, this is one of those policies that I think it's important for the board to take a hard look at, make sure it is a process that you want, that it effectuates what you want, so that it's there and available for an effective use of review of materials that the district offers and affords out for education of its students.
Yes, Ms. Russell.
Just for clarity, the recommendation suggested having a student and a community member and/or.
From KSB's model policy had both a student and a community member on the review committee process.
Okay, so I would disagree with the decision to not include either of those parties. I think it comes as a recommendation. I recognize those with lived experience or those with administrative experience feel like that is, I think there are things here that we can figure out. I do think that it is a missed opportunity for leadership skills, for coaching, for students to not include them. So my request would be for the high school and like items, that we do have a student participate, or perhaps the students that are participating in the superintendent's advisory council to participate. So maybe there's 5 or 6. But I think to not utilize student voice in conversations around things that students are reading, or community voice around things that we are educating our student, that to me seems just, in my opinion, is just, I don't understand that rationale. But depending on the likes of my other board members, we shall see where that goes. So.
Dr. Nguyen?
There's just some typos in there.
Oh, yeah, please tell me where they are at. 'Cause
Second page, under challenges of materials, 6 sentence duperintendent, not a superintendent.
Thank you for catching that.
Yeah, and then if it's going to be capitalized, you know you're going to capitalize it all the way through.
Got it.
So the last paragraph doesn't have it capitalized.
Again, we're asking just for first read tonight so that we can have this move forward in the review process, but obviously, any suggested changes or these are all policy level decisions, so if you want different components of a review committee or a different way for the process to work, I mean, that's part of
Do
the.
you have any idea if any other districts are not? I guess I could do the research, as my policy mind says, to find out if other boards in this adopted policy or recommended policy are going the route of not including A, the community member, or B, student group. Two areas of focus for our district that we're choosing not to include.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my
Okay.
head. It would be something we could look into, though.
Thank you.
That's an easy call around. And actually, most of the policies are going to be online, too, so we can just look at them that way.
Yep.
I do wonder though, as we talk about that, when you make it a policy, it's a must-have. And so it just makes me think about policy versus best practice when it comes to this policy, the conversation and the recommendation that just came. Does it really need to be stated in the policy, or is it a best practice for community and students to be involved? So that's what I think. When you state it in a policy, it makes it very hard, like a hard stance. And so are we adding a bottleneck to those that are trying to get things done when it comes to this policy? So just another viewpoint.
And I respect that viewpoint. I also think that it also makes it easier to take the easy way out. And when we talk about culturally relevant, timely, modern, I think that's what I think sometimes misses for me. Of we only know what is relevant to students in the classroom when we're asking them. Like if we ask students questions more, we would probably have better outcomes. But because as adults and even just people in general, it's easy to move work along if I don't have to bring everybody to the table. And I just want to make sure that even if it is a practice, how do we ensure it's a practice that's followed and not dropped off if there's turnover, if there's transition? And I guess that would just be my concern in not including other individuals at the table.
Well, we went through this last year.
Yeah, I was going to say, our past practice has been to include community and student voice before the policy existed. So that
That's you, and I recognize
this was
that.
prior to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't here, yeah.
We just had a situation, and I thought it was handled correctly by our staff, and the parents had concerns about certain books. I know Dr. Nguyen kind of took the lead on that, and they met, walked through, and then they looked at all the materials that were being read.
And I'm not saying that that is not what has happened in the past. I'm just saying for historical context, if it's not in a policy or if it's not said, it doesn't always mean that it happens.
No.
And so I guess that's just.
I get what you're saying. Okay. I feel you. But I'm just saying, we did do it, and I thought we did a pretty good job of it. And it's easy to say, the average kid is, and I could be wrong, but most children aren't going to say that. They'll tell their parents they didn't feel comfortable. and then their parents will advocate for them. And as if they're older, they'll say, but you got to be careful because you don't want anybody to hold that against you. So again, you would have to get your parents to kind of help you out with that.
So what we can do, I can go back and talk to staff, and we can talk about language and look at other districts that either have it in policy or have it within their curriculum review process, because I think that's where it lived previously. So we can make sure when it comes back for a second read, we can have some options.
Ms. Drew?
Okay, and I want to make sure that I'm reading this correctly, but under the composition of review committee, on line 1, 2, 3, 4, line 5, it says the superintendent shall be responsible for appointing review committee members. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention.
Yeah, it does, and then it does also, though, identify specific people that are to be included for sure. So one option you could do is leave it to superintendent's discretion as to what any additional categories of committee members might be. That would be one option as well. So there's a lot of ways to navigate this, and again, there's nothing set in stone. There's no right or wrong answer here. It's what this board wants to do on this point.
So I would suggest, just looking at time, and thank you for the conversation, perhaps to Dr. Stubblefield's point, we can accept this for a first read as presented unless there are some other major issues within the policy that we want to revisit. But except for first read, knowing that we've asked staff to come back with potential revision to include a community or student member on the committee review team. Unless there are other ideas on how to move forward.
Can you repeat that, please?
So just to accept this as a first read as presented, and directing staff to come back with revised language that would allow for appointing a student or a community member to the committee.
Yeah, but I think we heard like two different perspectives there. So is it definitely that we're making that recommendation, or I just want to make sure, because I do have, like, policy is policy, and so I do have some concerns with making that mandatory to the policy. And I respect your opinion as well. I just know in the boots to the ground situation, like, do we really want that hard printed in a policy?
Yeah, so I think the way we can handle this is to have a vote tonight to move it for first read. At the second read, we'll bring back some alternative language for the board to consider, and then in the second read, the board will kind of need to tell us which direction you guys want to go on some of these things.
It's fair. I just wanted to make sure we were aligned, that there were.
Yeah, that's kind of the reason we do the 3 reads, is to have the first one to say, here's the proposal, so the board has it, and then there could be public comment on it, the board members can comment on it, we can get additional staff input, and then the second read is sort of where we make the sausage, for lack of a better word, and can modify changes to it, so when it's brought back for a third read, it's in a final version, based upon what those proposed changes are.
So I'll make a motion to accept this policy IF for a first read.
Second.
There's a second. Any further questions? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, no.
Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you.
So the last policy that's on the board agenda for tonight for a first read is the policy JH, which is the policy that deals with eligibility to participate in student activities, sports activities, and other activities that are sponsored by KCKPS. The board may recall that during COVID, you adopted a temporary policy relaxing the district's requirements for eligibility for participation in sports and other extracurricular activities, and reduced, because the board has heightened criteria for eligibility above and beyond what KCKPS requires. So during COVID, you guys decided to reduce that just down to what KCKPS requires. That policy was temporary. It expired at the beginning of this month. So the proposal that is from administration is to maintain that policy going forward so that policy JH would be modified so that student eligibility would be determined based upon CASA eligibility with no additional criteria above and beyond that from the school district. That's the proposal.
I make a motion, we accept the recommended first read changes to policy JH action.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. There's a motion and a second. Any questions or discussion on this? Dr. Nguyen.
So all this student support plan that is deleted, was that what we added?
Yeah, that was your policy.
Okay,
This is not the KSB model policy.
Right.
USD 500 had additional criteria.
Okay, but other than the criteria, we added the support. So this, with the deletion, this support plan is no longer our policy.
That's the way the proposal is written, yes.
Okay, well, I question if, our state assessments are not good, that we would delete the support. I'm not understanding that.
So we have student support plans for all students that are built into our multi-tier system support in the school improvement plan. I'm not, if we want to specifically include it in policy for athletes, we definitely can include it, but that is standard for all of our students based off of our multi-tier system of support.
Is that new, or then why did we put all this in here?
This policy has been in place, I don't know the historical context around the policy, but the multi-tier system of support, the district doing it systemically, I can't speak to what historically has happened, but that is just standard for any time you have a multi-tier system support in place within a school system.
Okay, so let me understand this. The language deleted, it can be deleted, and that student support plan exists for all students.
It
as
exists for
is.
all students.
Okay, thank you.
My question is, all the pieces in red were COVID-related, or were you saying that we had a policy that was more than what Keisha had prior to COVID? However, both our policy that we had prior to COVID and the COVID piece are expired at the beginning of the month? Or you're saying I guess I just want to be clear on, I don't think all of this was a part of the policy during COVID, but now we're removing all of this past COVID.
None of that was part of the policy during COVID. All of this is your current policy. The stuff in red is your current policy.
But it expired.
No, your current policy existed before COVID. During COVID, you adopted a temporary policy in place of this. So during COVID, you essentially said policy JHC doesn't apply to our students and our student athletes. You had a separate policy that was temporary that simply said, if the students meet the CASA requirements for eligibility, they're allowed to participate. That's basically all it said. That was the temporary one during COVID. And there were some other aspects to it as well, but I'm trying to simplify
Got you.
it.
And I guess my other question, non-related to this, in the KSB reports that we got this week or last week, it said that there are new CASA guidelines or requirements that will be up for vote. Does that impact this district?
Well, so the way that would work is that whatever CASA adopts, we would follow. And we have to follow anyway for students to be able to participate in those activities. And the way this is proposed is that would be the eligibility requirement. So if you attend school in KCK, you would be eligible to participate in CASA activities just as any other student in the state without any additional requirements or obligations.
Thank you.
It can be either cheap, too cheap. So I will say this, what they were voting on in Keisha, and Ms. Rom said it here, I believe is the multiplier. It wasn't about eligibility, it was the private school multiplier to put them in the right class. But as Greg said, if they were to change it, we would
Okay.
fall under it.
Other questions? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Under Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes, I will, however, say I do have concerns about eligibility and Keisha. While I want our kids to be playing sports, I also am concerned about the academics and the barriers that we create by not ensuring that our kids are also making academics just as important as playing sports, so.
Dr. Nguyen,
Win, yes.
thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Goheen. Board, these will come back before the board at a future board meeting. Thank you. Next up are our executive sessions. We can release staff that aren't a part of any of these executive sessions.
Correct. The first one, if you were a part of the safety and security one previously, please stay. The first one will be with Chief Nicholson.
Motion to recess to executive session for the purpose of discussing matters relating to security measures, which if discussed in open session would jeopardize such security measures, going in at 8 o'clock and for
15.
15 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. Motion to return to open session.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you. Motion to extend executive session for 5 more minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you. Motion to return to open session, please.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to recess to executive session for the purpose of discussing matters relating to security measures which, if discussed in open session, would jeopardize such security measures with potential action to follow, going in at 8:30 for 10 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Don't you hate it? Either way too much time or not enough. Sucks.
Open session, please. Oh, thank you. Motion to
moved.
return to open session, please.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters, oh, I'm sorry. Actually,
Yeah.
there's a, I told you I would mess that up, Ms. Humphries. Is there a motion to move forward with staff recommendations on repairs for our school building at Gloria Willis?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Nguyen, yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Now I entertain a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of the parties involved under coma. Going in at 8:42 for 5 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Nguyen, yes.
Thank you. return to open session.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect privacy interests of parties involved under COMA for 15 minutes going in at, 15 minutes going in at 8:50.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to return to open session, please.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
On the Brownlee page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, Board, we do have a session this Thursday at 9 a.m. That session is at MVP Law Offices from 9 to 1. We will provide some lunch. It will be a working lunch with Dr. Weisman. The agenda should be available or will be made, it should be available online already. So we'll see you at 9 a.m. at MVP Law Office. With that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Got the knock.
Drew said you forgot to knock.
Got the knock.